Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The first tree that walked through the courtyard of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry did so with the deliberate grace of a creature that had waited centuries for this moment. Its roots unfurled like tentative fingers across ancient flagstones, leaving moss and wildflowers blooming in their wake. Students gathered at windows and doorways, their faces pale with disbelief as the enormous oak bent its gnarled trunk toward the castle walls and released a sound, not quite a roar, not quite a whisper, that reverberated through stone and soul alike. "They have returned," murmured Headmistress McGonagall, her weathered face drawn tight with the knowledge of a reckoning long foretold but never truly believed. By dawn, the forest had advanced nearly 50 yards into the grounds. By midday, the Quidditch pitch lay beneath a carpet of emerald undergrowth, goal posts entwined with vines that seemed to pulse with their own inner light. And by sunset, the first of the ancients had emerged from the tree line, tall, willowy figures with skin like bark and eyes that held the depth of forgotten millennia. Orion Wildblood watched from the window of Hagrid's old cabin, his massive hands gripping the worn leather diary he'd discovered beneath the floorboards only weeks ago. At 19, he was younger than most gamekeepers in Hogwarts history. His appointment more necessity than honor after the last keeper vanished into the Forbidden Forest during the first stirrings of the Great Awakening. His heritage, half-giant from his father's side, with whispers of something older and wilder from his mother, had made him an object of both curiosity and suspicion among the faculty. "They're not stopping this time," came a cool voice from the doorway. Celine Nightshade slipped into the cabin without invitation, her Slytherin robes exchanged for practical black trousers and a silver-embroidered tunic. Even in the dim light, the vials of shimmering potions at her belt caught the firelight like captured stars. The Ministry's contingent tried to establish a magical barrier at the edge of the lake. Their spells dissolved like sugar in rain. Orion nodded grimly. Hagrid knew this day would come. He gestured to the diary, its pages covered in a cramped scrawl, interspersed with drawings of plants no current herbology text recognized. "And he calls them the exiled ones, the ancients, says they were here long before Hogwarts, before wizards claimed these lands." "That's absurd," Celine scoffed, though the tremor in her voice betrayed her uncertainty. "Every history of magic begins with the founders." "Every history written by wizards," Orion corrected, turning the diary to reveal a map drawn in ink that shifted like liquid silver across the page. "There's a place, the Crystal Grove, where the boundaries between their world and ours are thinnest. Hagrid believed it holds the truth of what happened between the druids and the founders. And you believe we should risk everything on the scribblings of a half-giant who kept acromantulas as pets." Despite her words, Celine leaned closer, her pale fingers tracing the contours of the map. "Do you have a better plan?" Orion closed the book with a snap. "Because in 3 days, at this rate, there won't be a Hogwarts left to defend." Outside, a haunting melody rose from the advancing forest. Flutes carved from bone and strings fashioned from heartwood, playing a lament that seemed to call to something buried deep beneath the castle foundations. They set out at midnight when the light of the waning moon cast long shadows across the transformed grounds. The path that had once led to Hogsmeade now vanished into a tangle of ancient trees that had not stood there a week before. At their head strode Archdruid Morholt, a figure of terrifying majesty with a crown of antlers emerging from his brow and robes woven from living moss and lichen. Celine's potion of concealment, brewed with ingredients so rare the ministry had banned their cultivation, kept them shrouded from the sentinels that patrolled the edge of the new forest. Bark-skinned warriors with eyes like amber pools and weapons grown from living wood stood watch alongside creatures that seemed fashioned from nightmare and wonder in equal measure. Wolves the size of horses with pelts of midnight blue, birds with wingspans to shadow the great hall that bore riders with bows of bone. "The Archdruid speaks with the castle," whispered Orion as they crept past a clearing where Morholt stood with palms pressed against Hogwarts' outer wall. "He's not destroying it, he's awakening it." Indeed, beneath the Druid's touch, veins of green luminescence spread through the mortar between ancient stones, and statues that had stood sentinel for 1,000 years creaked as their granite heads turned toward the forest in recognition. They followed Hagrid's map deep into the heart of the Forbidden Forest, to places even Orion had never dared venture in his duties as gamekeeper. Here, the trees grew so densely that their canopies blotted out the sky entirely, creating a cathedral of wood where light came only from phosphorescent fungi and the occasional drift of what appeared to be miniature stars caught among the branches. "This can't be real," Celine murmured as they crossed a stream that flowed upward against the rocks before disappearing into the canopy above. The forest never extended this far. "We've crossed over," Orion replied, his voice hushed with wonder. "The boundaries are thinning. These are the old ways, the paths that existed before wizards drew their maps and claimed to understand the land." The crystal grove, when they finally reached it, stole the breath from their lungs. In a perfect circle stood 13 trees of impossible grandeur, their trunks translucent as the purest quartz, threaded with veins of gold and silver. Within each, shadowy silhouettes could be seen, figures frozen in eternal poses of supplication or defiance. "The first council," Orion breathed, recognizing the scene from Hagrid's descriptions. "The druids who opposed the foundation of Hogwarts." "Not opposed," came a voice like the creak of ancient boughs. "Betrayed." From between the crystal trees emerged a figure both more and less than human. A woman with skin like pale birch and hair a cascade of autumn leaves. Her eyes held neither pupil nor iris, only the reflected light of stars no human had ever named. "I am Elowen, keeper of memories," she said, her words somehow bypassing the air to resonate directly in their minds. "And you carry the blood of both worlds, young guardian." Orion felt his knees weaken as ancestral memory stirred in his veins. What happened here? What did the founders do? "Walk," she commanded, extending a branch-like finger toward the center of the grove. "See with eyes unclouded by the lies of your scholars." Together, Orion and Celine approached the heart of the circle, where a pool of water so still it appeared solid reflected not the forest canopy, but the image of 4 familiar figures, the founders of Hogwarts in their prime, standing before a gathered assembly of druids. As they watched, the reflection rippled and scenes played out in rapid succession. A pact of cooperation formed between wizards and druids. The sharing of knowledge. The first stones of Hogwarts laid with blessings from both peoples. And then, betrayal. Godric Gryffindor driving a staff of Rowan into the earth, Salazar Slytherin chanting words that burned the air, Rowena Ravenclaw drawing complex patterns that bound reality itself, and Helga Hufflepuff weeping as she completed the circle that imprisoned the very essence of druidic magic within the castle's foundations. They claimed our power to fuel their ambitions, Eloin's voice echoed around them. Bound the lifeblood of the forest into their stones and mortar, trapped our elders in eternal sleep, and rewrote history to erase our existence. Until now, Celine whispered, understanding dawning in her eyes, the binding is failing. With each generation of wizards, the spell has weakened, confirmed Eloin. And now, Archdruid Morholt seeks not merely to reclaim our lands, but to unleash what your founders sought to contain, the great wild, the primordial magic that existed before your kind learned to channel it through wands and incantations. The pool's surface changed once more, showing the deepest dungeons of Hogwarts, where something vast and formless pulsed behind walls, inscribed with runes of containment. A power so ancient it preceded the division between light and dark. If Morholt breaks the founders, seals completely, Orion said, horror rising in his throat. What happens to the wizarding world? It ends, replied Eloin simply, or changes beyond recognition. The great wild does not distinguish between those it consumes. Selina's practical mind raced ahead. But you haven't joined Morholt's assault. You're still here, guarding these memories. You don't want this any more than we do. A smile like the cracking of ice in spring spread across Eloin's inhuman features. Clever child of Slytherin? No, I seek balance, not vengeance. The mistake of the founders was not in containing the great wild. It was in stealing our role as its guardians and claiming its power as their own. There must be a way to restore what was without destroying what is, Orion insisted, his giant's blood giving stubborn strength to his words. Perhaps? Eloin gestured, and the diary in Orion's pocket grew warm. Your mentor found the beginning of the answer before fear drove him away. The castle and the forest were never meant to be enemies, but halves of a whole. Suddenly, the ground beneath Hogwarts trembled as Morholt's assault reached a crescendo. In the pool's reflection, they could see the Archdruid standing in the Great Hall, his staff raised toward the enchanted ceiling as cracks spread through the ancient spellwork that had maintained it for centuries. "We're out of time," Celine gasped. And no, Orion's voice found new resolve as he placed his massive hand in the pool, disturbing the vision. We're exactly where we need to be. The water wrapped around his fingers like a living thing, and ancient knowledge flooded his consciousness. The true names of trees, the language of stone, the songs that had raised the mountains and carved the valleys. He saw the pattern that bound druid and wizard, forest and castle, containment and freedom. "And I need your knowledge of potions," he told Celine urgently, "and your Slytherin ambition. We must brew what has never been brewed, here where the worlds meet." Under Eloin's watchful gaze, they worked through the night, Orion channeling elemental forces through his mother's forgotten bloodline, Celine applying the precise methodology of modern potion-making to ingredients that existed in no textbook. By dawn, they had created a filter that glowed with the opalescent light of both moon and sun. "It must be poured where the founders laid their cornerstone," Eloin instructed. "And you, child of two worlds, must speak the words of reunification." They raced back through the forest, which parted before them now instead of hindering their passage. At Hogwarts, they found chaos, students evacuated, teachers maintaining failing shields against an onslaught of elemental magic as Morholt's forces pressed inward from all sides. In the courtyard, Morholt himself stood before the oldest wall of Hogwarts, where a simple stone marked with the founders' sigils had been set a millennium ago. "Stop!" Orion's voice carried the command of ancient bloodlines. "There is another way." The Archdruid turned, his antlered silhouette fearsome against the breaking dawn. "The time for compromise has long passed. Half-blood." "Not compromise," Orion replied. stepping forward with the potion in his hands. Restoration. As Morholt hesitated, the ghostly forms of the four founders materialized around them, not the benevolent educators of legend, but weary figures bearing the weight of their ancient crime. "We built this place not just as a school," confessed the spectre of Rowena Ravenclaw, "but as a prison for what we feared and coveted. What we could not control," added Salazar Slytherin, "but dared not destroy. The Great Wild," whispered Helga Hufflepuff, "which is neither good nor evil, but simply is." "At it we broke faith," concluded Godric Gryffindor, "and in our arrogance believed our way superior." Orion looked from the ghosts to the Archdruid, then to Celine, who nodded once, her Slytherin pragmatism recognizing the necessity of their next action. "Though the crystal trees showed us the truth," Orion said, "and Hagrid showed us the way." He knelt and poured the potion onto the cornerstone as he spoke words in a language that had not been heard at Hogwarts in 1,000 years, the tongue of the first druids, carried in his blood and awakened by Elowen's pool. The stone drank the potion like parched earth accepts rain, and for a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like the world itself drawing breath, light erupted from every window of the castle, every tree in the forest, every druid and wizard present. Where the cornerstone had been, a sapling broke through, crystal clear like the ancient grove trees, but with leaves of parchment inscribed with the combined knowledge of both peoples. "The Great Wild remains contained," Morholt acknowledged reluctantly, "but no longer stolen. And Hogwarts stands," added Celine, "but no longer separate." As the light faded, the landscape had transformed. Forest and castle had not merely reached a truce, but had melded, trees growing through open halls, classrooms extending into leafy bowers, stairways winding around trunks that reached toward towers, now crowned with living gardens. In the great hall, the enchanted ceiling now showed not just the sky, but the deep consciousness of the forest below. And in the forbidden forest, clearings had formed where the oldest druid teachings would once again be shared alongside wizarding knowledge. Orion Wildblood stood at the threshold between worlds, Hagrid's diary in one hand and a staff of living wood offered by Elowen in the other. The blood of giants and druids, and perhaps even the Great Wild itself, flowed through his veins, marking him as the first guardian of the new covenant. "The exile ends," he declared, "and the learning begins anew." Behind him, the crystal tree of knowledge spread its roots through the foundations of Hogwarts, binding not to imprison, but to unite, a testament to the truth that magic, in its purest form, recognizes no divisions but those imposed by fear and pride. Story 2. The portrait of Albus Dumbledore bled colors that should not exist. Isolde Ravensong stood transfixed before the ornate frame, her painter's eyes cataloguing impossible hues that rippled across the canvas, chromatic aberrations that twisted the former headmaster's kind smile into something that resembled a scream. Outside the headmistress's office, thunder cracked across a sky that had been clear moments before, and within the portrait, Dumbledore's painted form fragmented like light through a shattered prism. "It's happening everywhere," whispered Headmistress McGonagall, her voice hollow with dread. "Every portrait in the castle, they show terrible things, futures that cannot be, and then they simply fade away." Isolde's fingers trembled as she reached toward the canvas, not quite touching its surface. The half-blood witch had spent her 17 years at Hogwarts hiding her gift, the ability to see the threads of fate woven through people and places, colors invisible to others that revealed past choices and future possibilities. But now, those same colors writhed across Dumbledore's portrait like wounded serpents. "I've seen this before," she admitted, "in my dreams. Before McGonagall could respond, the air between them shimmered and tore like delicate silk. Through the rent stepped a figure of ethereal grace and terrible beauty, the ghost of Rowena Ravenclaw herself, more substantial than any spectre Isolde had ever witnessed, the blue of her diaphanous robes rippling with the same strange energies that corrupted the portraits. "The tapestry unravels, daughter of vision." Ravenclaw's voice resonated with the weight of centuries. "And you alone can mend what was rent." The Chamber of Requirement had transformed itself into a vast artist's studio with windows that overlooked impossible landscapes, Hogwarts as it had been 1,000 years ago, the castle half built against a pristine wilderness, Hogwarts as it might be centuries hence, its towers spiraling into a storm-racked sky where dragons and stranger beasts circled. Light pooled upon an enormous empty canvas stretched across an easel of ancient oak, the wood carved with runes that shifted and rearranged themselves when viewed from the corner of one's eye. "Fascinating," drawled Malachi Silverthorn from the shadows, his tall figure emerging like a reluctant spectre. "The castle itself provides you with a workspace worthy of your peculiar talents." Isolde regarded the former unspeakable with wary respect. McGonagall had summoned him from Exile, the only living wizard known to have survived direct contact with raw chronological magic. His once handsome face now bore a tracery of scars that resembled a clock face, the hands formed by silver lines that actually moved, counting down to something he refused to name. "I still don't understand why I need you," Isolde said, arranging her brushes with methodical precision. "I'm the one who can see the threads." "And I," he replied, removing a crystal vial from his robes, "am the one who knows what severed them." The liquid within the vial was neither water nor memory, but something between, a substance that seemed to exist in multiple states simultaneously, parts of it flowing clockwise, while others moved counter to time itself. "This is all that remains of my last experiment for the Department of Mysteries," Malachi explained, his voice tight with remembered pain. "A single drop of the tear of Kronos, the most powerful temporal artifact ever created. The Ministry believed they had contained and destroyed it after my disgrace. They were wrong. The first painting portal opened onto the Founder's era, a Hogwarts half-built, its stones still raw with quarry dust. Isolde had mixed her paints with 3 drops of her own blood and a single tear from Malachi's vial, creating a medium that glowed with unearthly luminescence. As her brush swept across the canvas, reality itself seemed to bow toward her creation, the painted scene gaining depth and dimension until it was less a painting and more a window. "Remember," Malachi cautioned as they prepared to step through, "we are observers only. The slightest interference could unravel what little stability remains in the timeline," Isolde finished. "You've said so a dozen times." The painted surface parted like water as they stepped through, the magic of Isolde's gift transforming pigment and canvas into flesh and stone. They emerged into a torchlit chamber where 4 figures stood in solemn conclave around a pedestal. Upon it rested a teardrop-shaped crystal the size of a man's fist, pulsing with inner light that cast shadows in directions that defied natural law. "The tear of Kronos," Malachi breathed, his scarred face illuminated by its glow. "The whole and unbroken. The 4 founders of Hogwarts, Gryffindor with his leonine bearing, Hufflepuff's kind eyes shadowed with worry, Slytherin's calculating gaze, and Ravenclaw's serene wisdom seemed unaware of the observers from the future as they performed a complex ritual. With a sound like the shattering of 1,000 hourglasses, the tear split into 4 crystalline fragments, each founder taking one piece with reverent care. "Oh, we must hide them where none may reunite them," Godric Gryffindor's voice boomed with authority. The Council of Arcana grows stronger. If they should obtain the tier, they would rewrite the very structure of magic, finished Rowena Ravenclaw, binding it to their will alone. As the founders dispersed with their fragments, the edges of the scene began to blur and dissolve. Isolde felt a wrenching sensation as the painting portal began to collapse. Back! Malachi seized her arm, pulling her through the rapidly closing aperture. They tumbled back into the room of requirement, the canvas now bearing a perfect image of the scene they had witnessed, though the portal itself had closed. The tear was divided. Isolde gasped, her strength diminished by the creation of the portal. Hidden in the founder's relics, the sword, the cup, the locket, the diadem, and now someone seeks to reunite them, Malachi confirmed grimly. The portraits are showing distorted futures because time itself is being manipulated. Each fragment allows control over one aspect of temporal magic, past, present, future, and possibility. Together, they would grant absolute power over time itself, Isolde finished, already reaching for fresh canvas. 3 more portals, 3 more journeys through pivotal moments in Hogwarts' hidden history. With each painting, Isolde's strength waned, the magic of portal creation demanding blood and memory as its price. They witnessed Salazar Slytherin concealing his fragment within his famous locket before his departure from Hogwarts. Helga Hufflepuff using ancient earth magic to bind her piece to her golden cup, ensuring it could only be found by one pure of heart. Godric Gryffindor embedding his shard within the rubies of his sword, the magic disguised amid the goblin enchantments. But it was the 4th portal, showing Rowena Ravenclaw in her final hours, that revealed the true danger. As the brilliant witch lay dying, a hooded figure from the Council of Arcana stood beside her bed, voice honeyed with false sympathy. The fragment, Lady Ravenclaw, surely you would not take such knowledge to your grave. It is already hidden where wisdom meets wonder, she replied, her once keen eyes clouded with approaching death. And there it shall remain, until one with the gift of true sight claims it. After returning from this final vision, Isolde collapsed against her easel, skin pale as parchment. 4 paintings now adorned the room of requirement, each depicting a moment when a fragment of the tear had been hidden, and each canvas subtly shifting, the images within them bleeding at the edges as reality itself grew less stable. Do the council still exists? Malachi said, supporting Isolde with gentle hands that belied his usually aloof demeanor. And they have found 3 fragments already. Only Ravenclaw's remains hidden. Where wisdom meets wonder, Isolde repeated weakly. She was looking at me, Malachi, across centuries. She knew I would see. Realization dawned in Malachi's eyes. The diadem grants wisdom, but it was lost. Not lost, Isolde interrupted. And hidden in plain sight, and I know where. The Grey Lady, ghost of Helena Ravenclaw and daughter of the founder, drifted before them in the abandoned corridor, her translucent form flickering more violently than any ghost should. Time fractures around us, she intoned, her voice echoing as though from a great distance. I feel my mother's magic failing. The protections weaken. The diadem, Isolde pressed. You stole it centuries ago, and hid it in the place where all things lost are eventually found, the ghost acknowledged. But beware, they have followed you. The council sees through time as you see through paint. Even as she spoke, the corridor darkened, torches sputtering out one by one. From the shadows emerged 3 figures in hooded robes of midnight blue, embroidered with silver sigils that hurt the eyes to look upon directly. Their faces were concealed behind masks of polished silver that reflected not the scene before them, but visions of other times, other possibilities. The chronomancer's apprentice, spoke the tallest figure, gesturing toward Malachi. How appropriate that you should deliver the final piece to us. Your former mentor sends his regards from the Department of Mysteries. Malachi's face drained of color. Chronoster was counsel all along. The Ministry's foremost expert on temporal magic is merely one face of our eternal brotherhood, the hooded figure confirmed. We have waited centuries for the fragments to resurface. And now, the painter shall lead us to the last. Run! Malachi shoved Isolde forward as he drew his wand, unleashing a spell that distorted the very air between them and their pursuers. Find the diadem! I'll hold them. The room of hidden things, a cathedral-like space filled with the detritus of 1,000 years of secrets, stretched before Isolde like a labyrinth. Towers of forgotten treasures, banned books and broken furniture created shadowed alleys and precarious peaks, and somewhere within this chaos rested Ravenclaw's diadem, containing the final fragment of the tear. As she raced through the maze-like collection, threads of destiny became visible to her gifted sight, thousands of colored strands weaving through the room, most faded with age and disuse. But one thread shimmered with vibrant blue-silver light, pulsing with the same otherworldly energy she had seen in the corrupted portraits. Following this thread, Isolde climbed a mountain of misplaced objects, her painter's hands sure despite her exhaustion. At its summit, resting upon a tarnished bust, sat a tiara of exquisite craftsmanship, the lost diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw. The moment her fingers touched the cool metal, visions flooded her mind, not just of one future, but of thousands, millions, infinite branches of possibility collapsing and expanding like the breath of some cosmic being. And within the central gemstone, a tiny crystal fragment pulsed in time with her heart. A crash echoed through the vast room as the doors burst open. The council members advanced, Malachi suspended between them, his body contorted in magical restraints. The fragment girl, called their leader. Give it freely, and we shall show mercy. Isolde looked down at the diadem in her hands, then to the wounded Malachi, and finally to her own reflection in a nearby mirror, her face streaked with paint and blood, her eyes glowing with the colors of fate itself. You seek to control time, she called down to them, but you understand nothing of its nature. With sudden clarity, Isolde realized why Rowena's ghost had called to her specifically. Not just for her ability to see the threads of fate, but for what she could do with that vision. Time was not a line to be cut and respliced, it was a tapestry, each thread connected to countless others. Placing the diadem upon her head, Isolde felt the fragment's power flow through her, enhancing her natural gift 1,000-fold. The room of requirement responded to her need, the piles of hidden things melting away to reveal her 4 paintings arranged in a perfect circle around her. What is she doing? Hissed one of the council members as the paintings began to glow, each one showing not just the moment of hiding, but all possible outcomes flowing from that single point in time. What I was born to do, Isolde answered, raising her hands as if conducting an orchestra. I'm reweaving what you've unraveled. With a gesture both artistic and magical, she pulled threads of possibility from each painting, golden strands from Gryffindor's scene, earthen brown from Hufflepuff's, shimmering silver from Slytherin's, and luminous blue from Ravenclaw's. As the threads met at her fingertips, reality itself seemed to hold its breath. The tear was never meant to be united, she continued, her voice resonating with newfound power. But neither was it meant to be exploited. It exists to maintain balance, to ensure that no single vision of the future consumes all others. The council members rushed forward, but too late. Isolde Ravensong, the Fate Weaver, cast the combined threads outward in a dazzling web that engulfed the entire castle. Throughout Hogwarts, portraits stabilized, their subjects gasping as if awakening from nightmares. The sky outside cleared, temporal storms dissipating like morning mist. And in the room of requirement, 3 members of an ancient conspiracy fell to their knees as centuries of manipulated time crashed back upon them, their bodies aging rapidly as the natural flow reasserted itself. "What have you done?" croaked their leader, his silver mask falling away to reveal a face ancient beyond reckoning. "I've restored the balance," Isolde replied simply. The fragments remain separate, but now they're bound to the tapestry of time itself, accessible to no one person, but part of the magic that sustains us all. As the last council member crumbled to dust, Malachi's restraints dissolved. He approached Isolde with wonder in his eyes, the clock-like scars on his face having stilled at last. "The paintings," he observed. "And they've changed." Indeed, each canvas now showed not just a moment frozen in time, but a living scene that continued to unfold in subtle ways, new possibilities blossoming like flowers with each passing second. "They're windows now," Isolde explained, removing the diadem and feeling its power recede to a manageable hum. "And not to change the past or control the future, but to observe and understand the patterns." Outside the windows of Hogwarts, stars glimmered in constellations both familiar and strange. The night sky itself, a canvas upon which countless destinies were painted, and among them, brightest of all, shone 4 new stars arranged in the pattern of the Founder's sigil, guardians of a future once again rich with possibility. Story 3. The first snowflake that fell on Hogwarts that winter did not melt. It settled on the ancient stone of the astronomy tower with a soft, crystalline chime that carried across the grounds like the note of a funeral bell. By morning, 1,000 more had joined it, each perfect in its geometry, yet somehow wrong, too large, too angular, and glittering with a faint blue luminescence that no natural ice should possess. Professor Thaddeus Grimsbane watched from his cabin at the forest's edge as the unnatural blizzard descended. His weathered face, prematurely lined for a man of 35, reflected the ghostly light of the enchanted snow. 7 gravestones stood in a semicircle behind his modest dwelling, markers for the family he had lost to dragonpox, war, and simple cruel chance. The last, smallest stone had been added only 3 months prior, for his young niece, the final ember of the Grimsbane line extinguished. "They're coming," he whispered to no one, his breath crystallizing in the frigid air. "The veil is thinning." As if summoned by his words, a shadow detached itself from the tree line, skeletal and horse-like, with vast bat-like wings that seemed to absorb rather than reflect the weak winter light. The thestral moved with preternatural grace, hooves leaving no impression in the fresh snow. Behind it came another and another, until a dozen of the spectral creatures stood at the forest's edge, their pupil-less white eyes fixed on the castle. Thaddeus felt no fear. As Hogwarts' care of magical creatures professor, he had worked with the castle's small thestral herd for years, but these were not his charges. These creatures were wilder, more ancient, their skeletal frames adorned with strange symbols burned into their leathery hides, runes in no language taught within Hogwarts, walls. As the lead thestral threw back its head in a silent cry, a mist began to rise from the snow, thick, pearlescent fog that coiled and writhed like a living thing. Where it touched the castle walls, frost patterns spread in intricate fractals, and within the great hall, a 6th year's wand sputtered and died mid-charm, the first casualty of what would soon be called the stillness. The Thestrals have established a perimeter around the entire castle. Headmistress McGonagall's voice was steady, despite the crisis unfolding. Yet no one can enter or leave, and magic, our magic, is failing within their circle. The staff had gathered in her office, faces grim in the candlelight. Magical illumination had been the first to fail when the mist engulfed the castle. Not failing, Thaddeus corrected quietly. Being judged, all eyes turned to him, the newest and most reclusive member of the faculty, whose knowledge of magical creatures had earned him his position despite his preference for their company over that of witches and wizards. "Explain yourself, Professor Grimsbane," McGonagall demanded. "Thestrals are psychopomps, guides between the worlds of the living and dead," he replied, hands clasped behind his back as he stared out at the swirling mist. "These markings on their hides, they're tribunal sigils. They haven't come to attack, they've come to hold court." "Court?" Professor Flitwick's voice rose an octave. "What could such creatures possibly judge us for?" "I don't know," Thaddeus admitted, "but traditional magic won't work against them. This mist, it's from the other side. It reveals truth and strips away illusion." A soft, melodious laugh from the doorway drew their attention. Lady Morgana Blackwood stood framed in the entrance, her midnight blue robes trimmed with silver runes that seemed to shift in the candlelight. Though officially visiting Hogwarts as a benefactor reviewing the Slytherin curriculum, rumors of her family's darker affiliations had preceded her. "How delightfully medieval," she observed, gliding into the room uninvited. "A magical tribunal from beyond the veil. I wouldn't have expected such knowledge from a professor of animal husbandry." Thaddeus stiffened at her tone but held his peace. The Blackwoods were an ancient family, their wealth and influence extending to the highest levels of the ministry. More importantly, they were known collectors of forbidden knowledge, knowledge they might now desperately need. "Lady Blackwood," McGonagall acknowledged with a tight nod. "Unless you have something constructive to offer, this remains a staff matter." "Oh, but I do." Morgana's painted lips curved in a smile that never reached her eyes. "And I believe I know what the Thestrals seek, and why Professor Grimsbane might be uniquely positioned to address them." The Black Lake had frozen solid, its surface not the expected dull grey of natural ice, but a perfect obsidian mirror that reflected the blood-red moon hanging low in the winter sky. Around its perimeter, Thestrals stood sentinel, their skeletal forms casting no reflection on the glassy surface. "Are you certain this will work?" Thaddeus asked, breath fogging in the bitter cold as he and Lady Blackwood approached the lake's edge. Behind them, the castle stood silent and dark, magicless for the first time in a millennium. "The rite of lamentation is quite specific," Morgana replied, her voice betraying more excitement than fear as she withdrew an ancient text from within her robes. "Odi, a blood moon, the Black Lake, and the presence of one who bears the blood of both the judged and the judges." "I still don't understand what that means," Thaddeus muttered, though a cold dread had settled in his stomach at her words. "Don't you?" Morgana's eyes glittered in the crimson moonlight. "The Grimsbanes were not always handlers of magical creatures, Professor. They were hunters." Before he could respond, she drew a silver atame from her sleeve and sliced it across her palm without hesitation. Dark blood welled, shockingly vivid against her pale skin. "My family preserves knowledge others would rather forget," she continued, allowing her blood to drip onto the obsidian ice, including the true founding of Hogwarts, built not merely on land gifted or purchased, but seized, cleansed. With each drop of blood, the ice beneath grew more translucent, revealing not the lake bottom, but a swirling vortex of silver memory and mist. "Your ancestors led the purge of the centaur colony that once inhabited these grounds." Morgana's voice had taken on a ritual cadence. "The Grimsbanes were hired by the founders to ensure the land was..." uncontested. The revelation struck Thaddeus like a physical blow. That's not possible. The centaurs have always lived in the forbidden forest. Never. The forest was their sanctuary after the slaughter. Morgana cut him off. Those who survived fled there under an oath of non-aggression. The founders recorded it as a peaceful arrangement in their histories, but the dead know the truth, and the Thestrals serve the dead. The ice beneath them cracked, not breaking apart, but splitting in a perfect circle around their feet. Morgana seized Thaddeus's hand, slicing his palm with the same athame before he could protest. "Blood of the hunters," she intoned, pressing their wounds together. "Blood of the knowledge keepers. Open the way to the realm of lamentations, where truth cannot be hidden and judgment cannot be denied." The circle of ice descended like an elevator, carrying them down into the swirling silver depths below. The last thing Thaddeus saw of the world above was the ring of Thestrals bowing their skeletal heads in unison, acknowledging the passage. The realm of lamentations was not a place, but a memory given form. Thaddeus and Morgana stood on a hillside that was simultaneously Hogwarts grounds, and not the castle before them half-built, wooden scaffolding surrounding stone walls that had yet to reach their eventual majesty. Below them, in a meadow where the Quidditch pitch would one day stand, a colony of centaurs had established a settlement of surprising beauty. Dwellings crafted from living trees, bent to form arched shelters, an observatory of crystalline stones arranged to map the heavens. And descending upon this peaceful scene, a contingent of wizards led by a man whose features struck Thaddeus with the force of recognition. His own face, hardened by purpose and prejudice, carried by an ancestor 10 centuries removed. "We cannot alter what happens," Morgana warned, as Thaddeus instinctively moved toward the unfolding atrocity. "This is truth memory. We are witnesses only." What followed seared itself into Thaddeus's soul. The efficient brutality of the attack, the centaurs' magical defenses overwhelmed by concentrated wizard fire, the systematic destruction of their sacred sites. Most disturbing was the presence of 4 figures observing from a distance, the founders themselves, faces solemn but resolute as the massacre proceeded. "They knew," Thaddeus whispered hoarsely. "They sanctioned this. For the greater good," came a new voice, resonant and ancient. The memory scene froze, and from the tableau of violence emerged 4 ghostly figures, more substantial than the memory forms, but less so than living beings. The spectre founders stood before them, not as their celebrated portraits depicted them, but weary and burdened by the weight of their complicity. "We sought to build a haven for magical learning," Rowena Ravenclaw's ghost intoned. "The centaur elders foresaw a future where our school would become a battleground. They refused to leave or grant us passage for our students. So you slaughtered them instead." Thaddeus's voice shook with rage and shame. "We made a choice," Godric Gryffindor's spectre acknowledged, no trace of his legendary boldness in his diminished form. "One we justified as necessary, but knew in our hearts was unforgivable. The Thestrals have come to collect on an ancient debt," Salazar Slytherin added, his ghostly features twisted in a grimace. "The centaurs were creatures of prophecy and starlight. Their massacre tore the veil between worlds. We bound the tear with a spell anchored in blood and denial. My family's blood," Thaddeus realized. "I'd do the Grimm's banes. The hunters became the keepers." Helga Hufflepuff's ghost nodded sadly, "bound to care for magical creatures as penance for those they helped destroy. But the spell weakens with each generation, and now you, the last of your line, have no heir to continue the binding." The frozen scene around them began to dissolve, the memory breaking down into swirling mist once more. In its place materialized a vast chamber beneath the lake, illuminated by bioluminescent fungi and the ethereal glow of spirits. Hundreds of centaur spectres stood in silent judgment, their star-bright eyes fixed upon the human interlopers. At the chamber's center stood an altar of black stone, upon which rested a crystal phial filled with silvery fluid, neither liquid nor gas. The centaur's final prophecy, Morgana breathed, her scholarly detachment giving way to genuine awe, preserved at the moment of their deaths. The founders feared it, Ravenclaw's ghost confirmed, a vision of Hogwarts. Ultimate fate, whether glorious or terrible, we dared not discover. We sealed it away with the binding spell, hidden from all eyes. Until now, Godric's spectre added. Would the Thestrals come as harbingers of truth and reconciliation? The binding fails. The prophecy must be witnessed and honored, or Hogwarts will fall to eternal winter, the frozen tears of the unavenged dead. Thaddeus approached the altar slowly, the weight of centuries of family sin pressing upon his shoulders. The crystal phial pulsed with inner light, the prophecy within straining against its confines after a millennium of imprisonment. "What must I do?" he asked, though in his heart he already knew. "Blood bound it," Slytherin's ghost replied dispassionately. "Blood must release it, but be warned. To witness a centaur's death prophecy is to become part of it. Your fate will intertwine with whatever future was foreseen." Morgana stepped forward, her scholar's curiosity warring with obvious trepidation. "And mine? What role do I play in this judgment?" "The necromancer's path you walk in secret," Hufflepuff's gentle voice carried unexpected steel, "was born from the same arrogance that led to this atrocity, the belief that death's mysteries can be commanded rather than respected." Lady Blackwood paled, but did not deny the accusation. "I sought knowledge, not power. They are the same to your kind." Gryffindor's ghost dismissed her protest. "You are here as witness only. The choice belongs to the bloodbound." The founders' spectres began to fade, their ancient magic finally exhausting itself after centuries of maintaining the binding spell. As they dissipated, the chamber trembled, dust falling from the ceiling as the magical structure began to destabilize. Thaddeus stood alone before the altar, the last Grimsbane, facing the consequences of a crime 10 centuries old. Above them, he knew Hogwarts stood powerless and frozen, its students and staff hostage to a justice long delayed. The crystal phial gleamed invitingly, the prophecy within both threat and promise. With steady hands that belied his inner turmoil, Thaddeus drew his belt knife and sliced his palm along the same line Morgana had cut earlier. Blood-welled, the blood of hunters, of keepers, of a family line ending with him. "I free what was bound," he declared to the silent centaur spirits. "I acknowledge the crime of my ancestors and the founders they served. I offer my blood not as payment, for no blood can pay for what was taken, but as recognition of truth long hidden." The first drop of blood that touched the crystal phial shattered it with a sound like distant stars colliding. The prophecy within surged upward, a column of silver memory and magic that engulfed Thaddeus completely. Morgana cried out in alarm, shielding her eyes from the blinding light. When the radiance faded, Thaddeus stood transformed. His eyes, once hazel, now gleamed with the same starfire that had illuminated the centaur spirits. The prophecy had been absorbed into his very being, written into his blood and bone. What did you see?" Morgana demanded, her composure cracking. "What future did they foretell?" Thaddeus turned to her with an expression of wonder and sorrow commingled. "Not one future, many. The centaurs saw that Hogwarts would stand at the crossroads of countless possible fates. They didn't refuse the founders out of malice. but because they foresaw that building the school would create a nexus of destinies too powerful to control. The chamber around them began to collapse in earnest, the ancient magic that had sustained it finally unraveling. Thaddeus seized Morgana's arm and pulled her toward a passage that had appeared in the wall, a stairway spiraling upward toward the world above. "Oh, the Thestrals will accept this judgment," he said as they ascended. "The truth has been witnessed and acknowledged. The binding spell is broken, but something new must take its place." They emerged onto the shores of the Black Lake as dawn broke over Hogwarts. The blood moon had set, and with it, the unnatural winter had begun to recede. Thestrals circled overhead, no longer in formation, but in a pattern that mirrored the constellation of Chiron, the greatest of centaur teachers. In the days that followed, magic slowly returned to Hogwarts, though changed in subtle ways. Divination classes found their star charts rearranging to reveal patterns unseen for centuries. The Forbidden Forest grew more welcoming to those who approached with respect, as if ancient barriers had dissolved. And Professor Thaddeus Grimsbane, the last of his line, established the Centaur Liaison Office within Hogwarts itself, a place where the wisdom of the stars and the knowledge of wizardkind could finally coexist. The starfire never left his eyes, a reminder of the prophecy he carried and the futures he had glimpsed. As for Lady Morgana Blackwood, she surrendered her collection of necromantic texts to the Hogwarts Library with the stipulation that they be studied rather than destroyed, darkness acknowledged rather than denied. When students would ask about the strange winter and the judgment of the Thestrals, Headmistress McGonagall would answer simply, "History is rarely what we choose to remember, but reconciliation begins with truth." And on clear nights, new constellations could be seen above Hogwarts, centaur forms running free across the heavens, finally released from their earthly lamentations to claim their rightful place among the stars they had so loved in life. Story 4. The sky above London tore open like a wound, bleeding aurora light in impossible colors across buildings and streets never meant to witness such magic. At the epicenter, the Ministry of Magic's grand edifice shuddered as wards established by Merlin himself unraveled in luminous strands. Deep within its most secret vault, 4 empty pedestals stood in silent accusation. Their treasures, the sacred relics of Hogwarts, founders, vanished into the night. Cassandra Gryffindor watched the arcane tempest from her attic apartment in Diagon Alley, golden eyes reflecting the maelstrom. Her hand drifted unconsciously to the medallion at her throat, a simple bronze disc engraved with a lion rampant, worn smooth by generations of anxious fingers. 6 years as an aura, 3 more as a renegade after refusing a direct order to execute a suspect. And now this, the dreaded summons she'd spent her life avoiding. The medallion burned suddenly hot against her skin, the lion emblem glowing as ancient words appeared around its circumference. Custodes revertere, reliquiae vocat. The guard returns, the relics call. "Damn all ancestors and their binding oaths," Cassandra muttered, even as the magic of her bloodline thrummed through her veins. The last Gryffindor had been summoned, and the ancient magic gave her no choice but to answer. The Department of Mysteries. Emergency Council chamber had been sealed for over a century. Dust covered the round table at its center, undisturbed save for the 4 distinct spaces where ministry officials had hastily placed folders before retreating. 12 ornate chairs surrounded the table, though only 5 would be filled tonight. Minister Shacklebolt stood as Cassandra entered, his normally composed face grave with concern. "Miss Gryffindor, we feared you might not come." "The magic didn't offer much choice," she replied curtly, eyes sweeping the room and narrowing at the figure who lounged in the shadows, though I see you've scraped the bottom of the barrel for this council. From the darkness emerged Corvus Lestrange, tall and elegant despite the silver manacles binding his wrists. His aristocratic features bore the pallor of 3 years in Azkaban, but his storm-grey eyes remained unnervingly alert. "The last Gryffindor," he drawled, "how predictably self-righteous." Before Cassandra could retort, the chamber doors swung open to admit 2 more figures, a slight young man with quicksilver eyes that never settled on one color for long, and a statuesque woman whose calculated movements suggested both grace and deadly precision. "Why, may I present Finian Flux of Hufflepuff House," Shacklebolt gestured to the young man, whose metamorph magus abilities have made him our most valuable undercover operative. Finian's face rippled briefly, features shifting in a subtle demonstration of his talents before settling back into a friendly smile. "Und Artemisia Blackwood of Ravenclaw," the minister continued as the elegant woman inclined her head slightly, "whose sight has predicted 7 major magical catastrophes with perfect accuracy." "Charmed." Artemisia's voice carried the soft lilt of prophecy beneath its cultivated tones. "Though I must correct you, Minister, I have now predicted 8 catastrophes. The most recent begins tonight, unless the Guard of Relics walks once more." Shacklebolt sighed heavily, gesturing for all to be seated. "The situation is unprecedented. 4 artifacts: Gryffindor's sword, Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, and Slytherin's locket, all stolen simultaneously despite protections that should have made such a theft impossible. What hasn't been made public," he continued, unfolding a map across the table, "is the pattern of magical anomalies that has followed." Red markers dotted the parchment, forming a spiral pattern across Britain that centered unmistakably on one location. "Bah, Hogwarts," Cassandra breathed. "Indeed," Shacklebolt confirmed. "Whatever power the combined relics hold is destabilizing the very foundations of magic, and it's drawing that power toward the school." "The artifacts were never meant to be united," Corvus spoke, leaning forward despite his restraints. The light revealed intricate tattoos spiraling up his forearms, ancient runes that seemed to shift and change like living things. "So my family's grimoires speak of this. The founders divided something between them, something too powerful to be held by any one wizard. Which is why," Shacklebolt fixed Cassandra with a meaningful stare, "the Gryffindor decree established the Guard of Relics, a group that convenes only in times of gravest magical crisis, composed of representatives from each house, led by the Gryffindor heir." Cassandra's knuckles whitened around her medallion. "I'm not my ancestor. I'm just an ex-Auror with a famous surname." "You're more than that." Artemisia's eyes had gone distant, her voice resonating with prophetic harmonics. "You're the key that turns, the door that opens. Without you, the chamber beneath remains sealed, and all that we know unravels thread by thread." A heavy silence fell, broken only when Finian cleared his throat. "So, Hogwarts, then. When do we leave?" They approached the castle at midnight, when the boundary between worlds grows thinnest. Hogwarts rose against the star-strewn sky, its familiar silhouette now limned with unsettling light that pulsed like a heartbeat. The grounds were deserted, students evacuated after the 3rd spontaneous transmutation had turned the Quidditch pitch into a grove of crystalline trees that chimed with forgotten melodies. "The castle is changing," Finian observed, his usual cheer subdued. "Becoming something else." "Returning to something else," Corvus corrected, his manacles removed but the Ministry's tracking spell still glowing faintly at his throat. "The founders built upon older magic than their own." Cassandra led them not toward the main entrance, but to a weathered stone archway half hidden behind the greenhouses. Her medallion vibrated against her skin as she pressed it into an almost invisible depression in the keystone. The archway shimmered, stones rearranging themselves to reveal a narrow staircase descending into darkness. "The Gryffindor Gate," she explained, igniting her wand with a whispered lumos. "One of 4 secret entrances created by the Founders, accessible only to their bloodlines. The passage led them deep beneath the school, past chambers never recorded in Hogwarts, a history. Ancient murals depicted scenes both familiar and strange. The Founders receiving artifacts from beings within human features, rituals conducted around a central altar, and a castle that looked like Hogwarts, but somehow older, wilder, its architecture fluid and alive. These contradict everything we know about the school's creation," Artemisia murmured, tracing the faded images with reverent fingers. "The Founders didn't build Hogwarts, they bound it." "And now it's awakening," Corvus added, his scholarly detachment failing to mask a gleam of excitement. "The relics were keys to a lock that someone is now systematically opening." Their path eventually opened into a vast, circular chamber beneath the Great Hall. At its center stood a model of Hogwarts carved from a single massive crystal, its miniature towers and turrets perfect in every detail. But as they watched, the crystal castle was changing, spires elongating, walls curving, the very structure becoming more organic and alien with each pulse of energy that surged through it. "It's beautiful," Finian whispered, transfixed. "It's terrifying," countered Cassandra. "Whatever's happening here is rewriting the very foundation of the school." Artemisia had fallen into a trance-like state, her seer's vision perceiving layers of reality hidden from the others. "The relics are not at Hogwarts," she announced suddenly. "They've been taken to the place of their forging, to Avalon." "Avalon is a myth," Cassandra objected. "As was the Chamber of Secrets," Corvus pointed out, "as was the Deathly Hallows. Some myths persist because they contain essential truths. The veil between worlds thins," Artemisia continued, her voice distant, "where the lady's mists part, where apple blossoms bloom eternal, where the first magic was woven into the fabric of this land, that is where we must go." The crystal model suddenly emitted a high, clear tone, and a beam of light shot from its highest tower, projecting a map onto the chamber's domed ceiling. A location appeared, marked in glowing runes, a small island in a lake within the Forest of Dean. "The earthly anchor of Avalon," Corvus breathed, "hidden in plain sight all these centuries." Cassandra stared at the map, then at her unlikely companions, a shapeshifter seeking purpose, a seer walking between worlds, a scholar of forbidden knowledge, and herself, the reluctant heir to a legacy she'd spent a lifetime avoiding. "The guard of relics, reborn in a time of desperate need. We leave at dawn," she declared, feeling the weight of her ancestors' medallion like a promise around her neck. The island emerged from morning mist like a dream half remembered. Ancient stones formed a circle around a hill, crowned with a single gnarled apple tree in impossible bloom, its white flowers luminous against the grey sky. At the hill's center, 4 figures stood around an altar where the stolen relics gleamed with unnatural brilliance. The guard approached silently, concealed by Finian's metamorphic misdirection, a talent that let him bend light around their small group. As they drew closer, Cassandra felt her heart stutter. The 4 robed figures wore the faces of the Founders themselves, though their eyes burned with a light never seen in human gaze. "The castle sent them," Artemisia whispered, "avatars created to complete the ritual." "What ritual?" Cassandra demanded softly. "Ascension," Corvus replied, a strange reverence in his voice. Hogwarts was never merely a school. It's a vessel, a conscious entity bound into architectural form by the founders to contain a power too vast for medieval Britain to comprehend. Before Cassandra could question him further, the air split with a sound like the ringing of an immense bell. The relics on the altar began to rise, spinning in a complex pattern as energy arced between them. The founders' avatars raised their arms in unison, chanting in a language that seemed to reshape the very air with each syllable. "We must stop them." Cassandra moved forward, but Artemisia caught her arm. "Wait," the seer cautioned, her eyes reflecting the spinning relics. "I see two paths now. In one, we prevent the ritual and preserve the world as we know it. In the other, we allow completion and witness the birth of something extraordinary. Something dangerous," Cassandra corrected. "All birth is dangerous," Corvus countered. "All transformation carries risk. But consider, what if this was always meant to be? What if the founders merely delayed the inevitable because the world wasn't ready?" The ritual reached its crescendo, the relics now spinning so rapidly they formed a blurred ring of light. At the center of that ring, reality itself seemed to fold inward, creating a portal through which glimpses of impossible architecture and breathtaking magic could be seen. A Hogwarts transcended, a place where the arbitrary boundaries between magical disciplines dissolved into pure creative potential. Cassandra felt the medallion at her throat pulse in time with the portal's expansion. She understood suddenly that her role was not to prevent this transformation, but to guide it. The guard existed not to keep the relics separated, but to ensure their eventual reunion occurred under proper supervision. The theft wasn't random, she realized aloud. The castle itself arranged it, calling its pieces home now that the world's magic has evolved enough to withstand its true form. A self-fulfilling prophecy, Artemisia agreed, her seer's vision confirming Cassandra's intuition. "We came to stop a disaster, only to find ourselves midwives to a rebirth." The decision crystallized in Cassandra's mind with the clarity of absolute certainty. She stepped forward into the circle of stones, her medallion blazing with golden light as she raised her hand toward the whirling relics. "I, Cassandra of House Gryffindor, recognize and honor the true nature of Hogwarts," she declared, her voice carrying the weight of ancient magic. "May what was bound in wisdom be released in harmony. May what was divided in prudence be united in strength." The other members of the guard joined her, forming a second circle around the founders' avatars. Finian's form shimmered as he channeled the loyal, steadfast energy of Hufflepuff. Artemisia's eyes gleamed with the piercing wisdom of Ravenclaw. And Corvus, last scion of a house steeped in forbidden knowledge, embodied the ambition and cunning of Slytherin without its darker corruptions. As the four modern representatives of the houses aligned with their founder counterparts, the relics descended to hover before each of them. The sword to Cassandra, the cup to Finian, the diadem to Artemisia, and the locket to Corvus. For one breathless moment, the ancient and modern circles stood in perfect symmetry, 8 figures poised at the threshold of transformation. Then, with a single synchronized movement, they raised the relics toward the portal at the circle's heart. A shockwave of pure magical force erupted from the connection, expanding outward across Britain and beyond. Within that wave rode the essence of Hogwarts unbound, not destroying the school, but elevating it, transforming stone and spell into something that bridged the gap between mundane magic and the primal forces from which all wizardry descended. When the light faded and the mists cleared, the guard of relics found themselves standing once more before Hogwarts Castle. But a Hogwarts subtly changed. Towers that had never existed now reached toward the clouds. Courtyards blossomed with plants unseen for millennia, and throughout the structure, magic flowed visible and vibrant, the castle itself awake and aware in a way it had never been before. "Oh, what have we done?" Finian asked, his voice hushed with wonder. Cassandra looked down at her medallion, now transformed into an intricate key of living gold. "We've fulfilled our purpose," she replied. "Ooh, the guard of relics was never meant to keep them apart forever, only until the world was ready for what they could become together." As students and faculty cautiously returned in the days that followed, they discovered a Hogwarts both familiar and wonderfully strange, a school where the arbitrary boundaries between magical disciplines had softened, where staircases anticipated your destination before you knew it yourself, where the very stones seemed to hum with conscious purpose. And in a new tower that had not existed before, 4 chambers housed the relics once more, not hidden away in separate locations, but united in their power, guarded not by wards and walls, but by the oath-bound descendants of 4 houses, led by a golden-eyed woman who had finally embraced the legacy she was born to uphold. Story 5. The ancient books in the restricted section of Hogwarts. Library whispered secrets to those who knew how to listen. Alaric Blackthorn heard them now, their murmurs seeping between the cracked leather bindings like smoke, calling to something dormant in his blood. His long, pale fingers traced the embossed silver serpent on a particularly weathered tome, and the symbol seemed to writhe beneath his touch, scales gleaming in the wandlight. "Ignis atra revelium," he whispered, the spell falling from his lips in a language he had never studied yet somehow knew. The book's clasp surrendered with a soft click that echoed through the midnight silence of the library. As the grimoire opened, a tendril of darkness, not shadow but something more substantial, like liquid night, coiled upward from the yellowed pages. It twined around Alaric's wrist, cold as the depths of the lake, but paradoxically burning, leaving a spiraling mark that shimmered with obsidian iridescence before fading into his skin. The 7th-year Slytherin closed the book with trembling hands, suddenly aware that he had crossed a threshold from which there could be no return. In the darkness of the library, his eyes briefly reflected the wandlight with a strange, opalescent quality, like black fire waiting to be kindled. Ilara Lovegood noticed the change in Alaric immediately, though few others did. Her Ravenclaw mind catalogued details others overlooked, how the torches dimmed slightly when he passed beneath them, how plants in herbology withered when he lingered too long beside them, how even the castle ghosts drifted to the opposite side of corridors when he approached. Most telling of all was what Ilara saw when she looked at him with her second sight, an inheritance from her mother's side that let her perceive the auras of powerful magic. Around Alaric now writhed tendrils of deepest indigo and midnight blue, shot through with flickers of silver-black flame. She watched him during the Halloween feast, seated alone at the far end of the Slytherin table. When their eyes met briefly across the Great Hall, something passed between them, recognition, perhaps, or a shared knowledge of otherness. Both looked away quickly, Alaric's jaw tightening as he pushed away his untouched plate. That night, the first attack came. Professor Dracus Thornfield discovered the petrified centaur at dawn, its powerful body frozen mid-rear, hooves eternally suspended in the morning mist that clung to the edge of the forbidden forest. Most disturbing were its eyes, open wide in terror, with smoky darkness swirling where whites and pupils should have been. Magic drained completely. The defense against the dark arts professor pronounced, his voice carrying to the small crowd of faculty that had gathered. Not suppressed or bound, consumed. Headmistress McGonagall's face paled beneath its web of wrinkles. Could it be? The black flame? Yes, I rather think it must be. Thornfield straightened, brushing forest debris from his immaculate emerald robes. History repeats itself, it seems. Salazar's legacy awakens once more. Standing at the edge of the gathered crowd of students, kept at a distance by prefects, Ilara noticed something the others missed. The faintest smile playing at the corner of Professor Thornfield's thin lips, quickly masked by a furrowed brow of theatrical concern. By the third attack, a mermaid found floating at the lake's surface, her brilliant scales dulled to ash and her eyes consumed by the same swirling darkness. The whispers had spread throughout Hogwarts. Someone walked the halls, wielding Salazar Slytherin's most terrible power, the black flame that devoured magic itself, leaving only husks behind. Ilara found Alaric in the astronomy tower, staring out across the twilight grounds toward the distant mountains. His tall figure was silhouetted against the darkening sky, shoulders hunched beneath the weight of some invisible burden. "You know what's happening to you," she said, making it a statement rather than a question. He didn't turn. "Stay away from me, Lovegood. I'm not safe to be around." "The attacks, they're not your doing, are they? Not consciously?" His laugh was hollow. "Does it matter?" "It's my magic doing it, or rather, his magic awakening in me." Alaric finally turned, and Ilara suppressed a gasp at the silver-black veins now visible beneath his pale skin, spreading upward from his collar toward his face. "I'm the last of Slytherin's bloodline, apparently. Lucky me." "Professor Thornfield knows," Ilara said. "He's been watching you. I think he's been waiting for this." Alaric's eyes narrowed. "And what do you mean? The book you found in the restricted section, it wasn't there by accident. And these attacks, they're happening in a pattern." She withdrew a small, hand-drawn map from her robes. "Look, if you connect them, they form half of a ritual circle centered on the lake." Alaric studied the parchment, his brow furrowing. "And why would Thornfield want to awaken this power in me?" "I don't think awakening it is his end goal," Ilara said quietly. "I think he needs a vessel with Slytherin's blood, a vessel filled with enough power to bring back something far worse." The Chamber of Whispers lay beneath the Black Lake, its existence purged from Hogwarts' official histories. Unlike its more infamous counterpart, the Chamber of Secrets, this hidden sanctuary had been created not by Salazar alone, but by all four founders, a place where the school's deepest mysteries and most dangerous artifacts could be contained. Alaric and Ilara discovered the entrance behind a waterfall in a cavern accessible only through a tiny crack in the lake's northern shore. The obsidian mark on Alaric's arm burned as they approached, the spiraling pattern now fully visible and pulsing with hungry darkness. "The black flame wants to be here," he murmured, wincing at the sensation. "It's pulling me forward." The waterfall parted at Alaric's touch, revealing a passage lined with crystal formations that cast prismatic reflections of wand light across ancient stone walls covered in runes. As they ventured deeper, the air grew heavy with magic so old it felt primordial, the raw, untamed power of an era before wands and incantations had domesticated wizardry. "Look," Ilara whispered, pointing ahead to where the passage opened into a vast circular chamber. At its center stood a raised dais of black marble, upon which rested a basin filled with what appeared to be liquid darkness, the same substance that had marked Alaric, that now swirled in the eyes of the attacked creatures. But most stunning of all were the walls, or rather, what was embedded within them. Enormous crystalline structures encased what could only be dragons, their massive forms frozen in eternal slumber, scaled bodies iridescent even in suspended animation. These were no modern dragons. Their forms were more serpentine, more primal, with multiple sets of wings and crowned heads reminiscent of basilisks. Elder worms, Ilara breathed, her extensive reading providing rare knowledge. The ancestors of modern dragons, thought to be extinct since before the founding of Hogwarts. Not extinct, came a voice from behind them, merely waiting. Professor Thornfield stepped from the shadows, his wand trained casually on the pair. Magnificent, aren't they? The last of their kind, bound by the founders to serve as guardians. Their magic, pure, untamed, connected directly to the Earth's core, was too valuable to waste in death. So they imprisoned them, Alaric said flatly, the revelation confirming something he had somehow already known. Preserved them, Thornfield corrected. And now you, my boy, shall set them free. His smile widened, revealing teeth filed to points. Or rather, Salazar shall. Once he inhabits your body, the perfect vessel, prepared by his own bloodline's power. You're insane, Ilara stepped forward. Bringing back Slytherin, it would destroy the balance of magic itself. Balance, Thornfield laughed. Magic was never meant to be balanced. It was meant to be ruled, to be wielded by the worthy. The world has forgotten what true power tastes like. As he spoke, the mark on Alaric's arm writhed painfully, the tendrils of darkness spreading further across his body. He fell to his knees, fighting against the invasion, even as the black flame within him surged in recognition of its original master's presence. You see, Thornfield continued, approaching the dais, the black flame isn't just a weapon, it's a conduit. It consumes magic to create space for greater power, and you've been so helpful, gathering strength with each inadvertent attack. Your midnight wanderings while the flame sought nourishment have prepared the perfect vessel. I never, Alaric gasped, fighting to speak through the pain. I don't remember attacking anyone. Of course not. The flame has its own hunger, its own purpose. But now that hunger serves my design, Thornfield raised his arms, beginning an incantation in the same ancient tongue Alaric had instinctively known in the library. The basin of darkness began to swirl violently, rising in a column toward the chamber's ceiling. Within its depths, a face began to form, aristocratic, serpentine, with eyes that burned with the very essence of the black flame. Ilara acted without hesitation, her wand flashing as she sent a stunning spell toward Thornfield. The professor deflected it with contemptuous ease, but the distraction gave Alaric a moment of clarity through his pain. The prophecy, Ilara called to him, ducking behind a crystal formation as Thornfield's retaliatory curse shattered stone nearby. A druid, the one in your family grimoire. You told me it spoke of choice. Alaric struggled to his feet, the darkness now covering half his face, his right eye transformed into a pool of swirling black fire. Two paths, he gasped, remembering the words that had haunted his family for generations. One of consumption, one of transformation. Yes, Ilara cried, narrowly avoiding another spell. The flame doesn't just take, it can also change. Understanding bloomed in Alaric's mind like the unfurling of midnight petals. The black flame had been Slytherin's tool for domination, yes, but it was also alive in its way, a primordial magic with its own nature beyond the intentions of its wielder. With tremendous effort, Alaric staggered toward the basin, fighting both Thornfield's spells and the pull of the darkness that sought to claim him entirely. The chamber trembled, crystal creaking as the elder worms stirred within their prisons, responding to the surging magic. You cannot fight this, boy, Thornfield snarled, his refined demeanor cracking. The blood of Salazar flows in your veins. You were born for this moment. My blood is my own, Alaric replied, each word a battle as he reached the edge of the dais. The face in the column of darkness reached for him, tendrils extending like grasping hands, and I choose transformation over consumption. He plunged his marked arm into the basin, not fighting the darkness but embracing it, not as a vessel to be filled, but as a wielder claiming his birthright. Pain beyond imagining tore through him as the black flame surged up his arm, across his chest, engulfing him completely. Ilara cried out, certain she was witnessing his end. Thornfield's face contorted in triumph that quickly turned to confusion as the darkness surrounding Alaric began to change, the black becoming shot through with threads of silver and blue, transforming from consuming void to living flame. "What are you doing?" Thornfield shrieked, abandoning his spell to rush forward. "You're corrupting the ritual." But it was too late. The transfigured flame swept outward from Alaric in a concussive wave, knocking Thornfield back and washing over the crystalline prisons of the elder worms. Where it touched, the crystal didn't shatter but rather melted away, flowing like water to the chamber floor. The dragons, however, did not awaken as monstrous engines of destruction. As the flame touched them, their forms shifted and changed, scales softening, bodies becoming translucent as starlight. One by one, they rose into the air, no longer flesh, but pure magical essence, their liberation accompanied not by roars of rage, but by a song that resonated through the foundations of Hogwarts itself. "You've ruined everything," Thornfield moaned, staring up at the spectral dragons as they circled the chamber. "The power, the glory, is not yours to claim," Alaric finished, standing transformed at the center of the dais. The black flame now covered him like a second skin of shimmering darkness, but his eyes remained his own, clear and determined. Nor was it ever Salazar's to hoard. The shade that had formed in the column of darkness wavered and dissolved, the ancient founder's attempted return thwarted by his descendants' choice. In its place, the liberated magic of the elder worms coalesced into a shimmering portal above the basin, a doorway to somewhere else, somewhere beyond the confines of the world they knew. One by one, the spectral dragons passed through, their forms elongating into streams of pure, magical essence. The last paused before Alaric, its ancient consciousness touching his mind with gratitude and an invitation that tugged at his transformed being. Ilara approached cautiously, her eyes wide with wonder. "What happens now?" Alaric turned to her, the flame that covered him flickering but no longer consuming. The black flame was never meant to devour magic, but to transform it, to elevate it beyond the boundaries wizards have placed upon it. Salazar corrupted its purpose, as Thornfield tried to do. "And you?" she asked softly. "I have a choice to make," he replied, looking from her to the portal where the last dragon waited. "To stay and learn to control this power, to ensure it's never again used as Salazar intended, or to follow them, to discover what magic truly was, before wizards bound it with wands and words." Thornfield, seeing his plans in ruins, made one desperate lunge toward Alaric with a dagger drawn from his robes. Before he could reach the dais, the waiting dragon exhaled a breath of starlit flame that engulfed the professor. When it cleared, he stood frozen, not petrified as his victims had been, but transformed into a crystalline statue, his face eternally locked in an expression of thwarted ambition. As the foundations of Hogwarts settled into new configurations above them, ancient chambers sealed for centuries now reopening, Alaric reached out his flame-wreathed hand to Ilara. "There's a third choice," he said, the flame flickering between them without burning. "We could discover it together." The last elder worm sang a note of pure possibility as the light of the portal illuminated the Chamber of Whispers, casting long shadows that danced like flames across walls now bare of their ancient prisoners. Shadows that intertwined like the destinies of those who stood at the threshold of transformation. Story 6. The stars above Hogwarts Castle trembled that night, not with the gentle twinkle of celestial bodies, but with the unmistakable shudder of the cosmos itself sensing what was to come. Atop the astronomy tower, where the veil between earth and sky grew thin, Magnus Blackthorne stood alone, his weathered hand, clutching an ornate bronze instrument, pointed at a particular configuration of stars that hadn't aligned in 7 centuries. The renowned aura's breath crystallized in the December air as he whispered ancient words that seemed to ripple outward, disturbing the very fabric of reality around him. "The convergence approaches," he murmured, his voice carrying the weight of terrible knowledge, and with it, our reckoning. The instrument in his hand, a celestial astrolabe of his own creation, began to hum with an eerie resonance. Too late, Magnus realized his error. The golden needle spun wildly before a blinding light erupted from its center. When it faded seconds later, the legendary Magnus Blackthorne stood frozen in an unnatural pose. His skin hardened to the texture of marble, his eyes wide with the horror of what he had witnessed in that forbidden moment between moments. 3 days later, Corvus Blackthorne sat alone in his dormitory, turning a small object over in his trembling hands. His grandfather's disappearance had become the talk of Hogwarts, but only Corvus knew the truth. Magnus had been found petrified in the astronomy tower, his body now secretly housed in the restricted section of the hospital wing, while the staff frantically sought a cure. "What were you looking for?" Corvus whispered to the object, a small octagonal reliquary of silver and obsidian that had appeared mysteriously on his bed that morning. Its surface was etched with astronomical symbols and ancient runes that seemed to shift when viewed from different angles. Corvus, a brilliant but arrogant 7th-year Ravenclaw, had already mastered spells beyond most adult wizards' capabilities, yet the reliquary resisted all his attempts to reveal its secrets. As the grandson of the famous Auror, he'd grown accustomed to solving puzzles that confounded others, but this one remained stubbornly impenetrable. The dormitory door creaked open, and Corvus hastily concealed the reliquary beneath his pillow. "The headmistress wants to see you," announced Percival Thornwick, the head boy, with poorly concealed satisfaction. "Immediately. Mr. Blackthorne, do you have any idea what your grandfather was doing in the astronomy tower at midnight during the winter solstice?" Headmistress Wintermere's voice was cold as she regarded Corvus across her desk. "No, Professor," Corvus replied, maintaining the practiced composure that had earned him both academic accolades and social isolation. "My grandfather rarely shared his aura business, even with family." "Then perhaps you can explain this," she said, sliding a parchment toward him. "It was found in your dormitory during a routine inspection." Corvus recognized his grandfather's handwriting immediately. The page contained calculations for stellar alignments and a reference to something called the convergence. At the bottom was a hastily scrawled note: "Corvus must be prepared. He alone can navigate the Nexus when the time comes." "I've never seen this before," Corvus said truthfully, though his mind raced. The headmistress's expression darkened. "3 ministry officials will arrive tomorrow to investigate your grandfather's condition," she said. "Until then, you are confined to the castle grounds. Your wand privileges are suspended outside of classes." Corvus felt cold fury rising within him. "You think I had something to do with this? What I think, Mr. Blackthorne, is that you know more than you're telling us. Magnus was investigating something dangerous, something that may have put the entire school at risk. If you have any loyalty to Hogwarts or to your grandfather, you will come forward with what you know." That night, the reliquary began to glow. Corvus had been studying it by wandlight behind his bed curtains, when the obsidian panel suddenly illuminated from within, projecting a spectral map onto his ceiling. Constellations he recognized, but somehow wrong. as if viewed from another world. In the center of the projection appeared a face so like his own, but older, wearier. "Corvus," the apparition spoke, its voice distant yet unmistakable. "If you're seeing this, I've failed in my attempt to observe the convergence safely." "Grandfather," Corvus whispered incredulously, "there isn't much time. The reliquary contains fragments of a prophecy, one the Ministry has tried to suppress for centuries. Find Ilara Winterborn. She'll see what others cannot." The projection flickered. "Trust no one from the Department of Mysteries. They'll come for you, claiming to help, but they seek only to control the convergence for themselves." "What is the convergence?" Corvus demanded. "A cosmic alignment that occurs once every 7 centuries when the barriers between dimensions grow thin. The last one gave us magic as we know it today. This one," the image distorted, "this one will remake our world entirely. The arcane nexus will be accessible, the primordial source of all magic." The projection collapsed suddenly, the reliquary growing cold in Corvus's hands, but not before he heard his grandfather's final words. "Find Ilara, find the truth. I'm not the victim here, Corvus, I'm the architect." Ilara Winterborn was not what Corvus expected. The Hufflepuff 4th year was small and unassuming, with pale silver hair and eyes of such a light blue they appeared almost colorless. She sat across from him at a secluded table in the library, regarding the reliquary with unexpected recognition. "I've seen this in my dreams," she said simply, her soft voice carrying the lilt of distant Ireland. "And I've seen you too, Corvus Blackthorn, standing at a crossroads of light and shadow." Corvus had initially approached her with skepticism. Muggleborns rarely demonstrated true divinatory gifts, yet rumors of Ilara's uncanny predictions had spread throughout Hogwarts. Desperation had driven him to seek her out, but now, watching her trace the reliquary's symbols with slender fingers that left trails of silver light in their wake, he felt the first stirrings of genuine hope. "Can you open it?" he asked. "It's already open to those who can see," she replied cryptically. Her eyes suddenly rolled back, showing only whites. "The stars align in 3 days. Time. The Council of 9 gathers beneath the Ministry. They seek the door that must remain closed," she gasped, returning to herself with a shudder. "They're coming, now." The library doors burst open as 3 figures in the distinctive midnight blue robes of the Department of Mysteries entered, their eyes scanning the room with predatory focus. "We need to go," Corvus said, grabbing Ilara's hand. "Now." They fled through secret passages Corvus had discovered during 7 years of intellectual restlessness at Hogwarts. Behind them, magical alarms blared as the unspeakables pursued. "They're not here to help your grandfather," Ilara said as they emerged into a forgotten chamber deep beneath the castle. "They're here to ensure the convergence proceeds as they've planned." "And what have they planned?" Corvus demanded. "To harness the power of the arcane nexus, to control the source of all magic." Her colorless eyes seemed to see through him. "But your grandfather discovered the truth. The nexus cannot be controlled. It can only be surrendered to. The prophecy doesn't speak of dominion, but of destruction and rebirth." The chamber they stood in suddenly seemed familiar to Corvus. The same astronomical symbols from the reliquary adorned its ancient walls. "And this is a nexus point," he realized aloud, "one of the anchors where our world connects to others." Ilara nodded. "Your grandfather found them all, mapped the connections between worlds. He realized that magic itself is dying in our realm, growing unstable. The strange occurrences reported these past years, spontaneous magical surges, spells behaving unpredictably, they're symptoms of a deeper malady. And the convergence is what? The cure? Not a cure," she said softly. An end and a beginning. The Council believes they can siphon power from the Nexus to restore stability. Your grandfather discovered this would only accelerate the collapse. Understanding dawned on Corvus like a cold sunrise. So he planned to destroy the current magical world. To save magic itself. The reliquary suddenly burst open in his hands, revealing not an object, but a swirling vortex of memories, his grandfather's final gift. Within seconds, Corvus understood everything. The calculations, the prophecy, the terrible choice that lay before him. The ministry delegation arriving tomorrow, he said slowly. They're not investigators. No, Ilara confirmed. They're the Council of Nine, coming to secure you and the reliquary. With both, they can force open the Nexus during the convergence. Corvus closed his eyes, feeling the weight of inheritance settle upon him. My grandfather wasn't petrified by accident. He did it to himself, preserved his body in a state between moments to survive what's coming. Yes, Ilara whispered. And he left you the means to complete what he began. The chamber trembled as distant footsteps approached. The unspeakables had found them. We have 3 days until the convergence, Corvus said, his voice finding new resolve. 3 days to decide if we follow my grandfather's plan or find another way. Ilara's pale hand found his. The stars are aligning. Corvus Blackthorn. The question is not whether our world will end, but what will be born from its ashes. Above them, through miles of stone and earth, the constellation that had remained fractured for 7 centuries began its final movement toward unity. The convergence was coming, and with it, the end of everything they knew, and perhaps, if Corvus chose wisely, the beginning of something greater.